Hi guys, welcome to this channel, and today we are back with another project for you people, and this is a bit of special project, and the special points about this project are various that this project is completely responsive, and for this project we are not going to just left you with the front end and some sort of few pages of this website, whereas we are just going to complete this full stack project. We are going to give you the front end and back end for each of the aspect and each of the page of the e-commerce website, whereas we are even going to give you the payment system in it, as well as the ordering system, the management system, the admin dashboard, the front end for the user display, all of the UIs, all of the backend, everything would be in this project. Whereas in this video, we are going to create the homepage of this our e-commerce project. Whereas in some days, I am going to just release the next parts of it as well, like the product description page, the admin panel, the backend, the database system, the server side code, as well as the communication between both of the codes, coordination between them. So for this project, we are not going to just left you with the code here. You can get the source code. The link would be in description, whereas all of this code in all of the videos will be described by the instructor, especially by me. I will be here to describe each of the line that we would write inside the code, so that you may get a better understanding of what we are doing here. So let's get into it, the structure of our page. So let's see what is the home page structure. First of all, we have this top nav bar. The top nav bar contains some of the link pages to some links such as login, sign up, wishlist, and the currency section, where we can change the currency used inside the user side. And after that, we have the language selection as well. And after that, we have the main nav bar, which contain some important navigation in our website, the e-commerce website, and this is the logo for our website. And this is the main cart section, where we will be showing the selected products actual amount that is just comprised of the items added to the cart. And after that, we have this great looking carousel slider, you can say, for our main page. And this image on the right side has a bit of parallax effect in it. This animation in it is coordinated with the position and the movement of our cursor, the user, as he is moving it. So we can change it by using these buttons, and we can completely control them like this right here. And this can contain various sort of offers, important products, important announcements for our website right here. After this section, we have this best sellers products section right here, as you can see. And this is a bit of special sort of cards section that we have introduced inside our this front end. And as I hover on this card section, as my cursor comes inside it, the cursor just changes to this drag element right here, as you can see, and it moves along with our mouse. And as I click and drag it, it scrolls our section in a very special way. The drag element remains right there, whereas the cursor moves, and the back element, the back cards, get scrolled. And as soon as I left the click, it just moves back where our cursor is residing at the time, and we can just navigate through it. And right here, as here you can see, this is the progress bar, which shows that how many cards we have explored and how many are left right here, as we are at the end of the page, end of the section. So it is showing us that you have explored all of them, and right here it's showing that you are at the first section of this cards. So right here, after this section, we have the categories section. We have different categories inside our website. So later when we will move towards the backend of this website, we will be able to add and delete these categories inside our admin panel as well. So right here we have added a special sort of animation right here. When we hover, all of the other cards get blurred, and the one we are hovering gets the main focus of it, and it consists this animation as well. So as we hover out of all the cards, it just comes to its simple display right here. After that, we have a simple shop display section right here, by which we can go to our main shop page by clicking this visit button right here, which we have. So this shop section has this basic sort of design right here. We have this grid display for these cards, the main that we will be able to show. So right here, these are the buttons for various categories that are inside our shop. So by clicking them, we will be able to change all of these products in here later when we will move to the backend and introduce products inside our databases as well. So these buttons will be working. For now, we have just added the animation to the front end of it. As you can see, the animation for these buttons would be working this way. And these cards have, all the cards inside this website, e-commerce website, are following a special sort of design. First of all, we have the name of the product, a small description, then the discount price as well as the original price, then rating of the product, and then add to cart button with a special animation right here. So after this grid of shop, we have these special offers that we would be able to add inside our website from our admin panel later when we will move towards our backend and the database system. So these would be the main offers that our website would be offering at that time, and all of these things inside this website are responsive, which I will be showing you in a minute. So this is the subscription of newsletter section, so we will be able to make it usable for us as well. So the footer then comes at the end, which is the section containing the social icons as well as the other links in our website as well. These are the social icons, whereas this is the secure payment, which we will be able to add inside our website later as well. So these are the links and different sections right here, and the main some sort of copyright section right here. So let's show you the responsiveness of this website as well. As you can see, this is the main big screens display right here. So as soon as I move it into the display for laptops, so right here, as you can see, this is the display, we can say, which would be used in tablets and laptops. Right here, as you can see, the display for all the other things are at most the same, because they look pretty well inside these displays, whereas we have changed this grid of cards from 3 to 2 elements per row, and so we changed a bit of footer for these laptops and tablet screens as well, because this main primary column of this grid is now comprising all of the complete row, whereas these three sections, these three columns are inside a different row. So after that, moving towards the screen of smaller devices, so we can say these are the screens for our smaller devices. So you can see that right here, the links right here, those were here, are now disappeared, and now they are here for our mobile users. They can be able to navigate it inside their mobiles, as they look pretty good to be used this way. So right here, as you can see, they are fixed inside our front end, inside this on the screen of our user. So this is the carousel. We will be able to move them completely. So after that, we have the card section. Now for mobiles, we have just left only one card for display at a time, and we would be able to scroll it by using the scroll system inside our mobiles as well. So the cards are all inside this scroll section. So right after it comes our category sections. These are different categories which would be shown in this sort of grid display inside mobiles. And after that comes our shop section, and this shop section's cards are also having a single column display for grid as well, and the main offers section has got a bit of change into it according to the display of small devices, and the newsletter has got some notification as well, and this footer just looks bit more slim for these devices. So this is the main responsiveness. The menu has shifted to the bottom with a fixed position, so it would always be here and easy for the user to navigate through our website. So this is the main project that we are going to explain and allow you to use it. So this is the home page of this website, whereas the next description pages as well as the other pages that we will be needing inside our e-commerce website would be in the next videos. So for now, in this video we will explain each of the line, each code inside this each line inside this code to you with complete explanation. So even if you don't want to create this website and use it for your usage, you can even come and follow with us to get the experience of how this development is done. Obviously you would get a bit of knowledge as well, because we will be explaining each and everything, so your development experience would increase as well. So let's get into development of this code, or the code of this website. So if you want to support us, as these projects take a lot of time out of our routine, so if you want to support us, then you can support us at Patreon. The link would be in description if you want to support. So let's get into the development finally. So this is the main structure of the project setup, and these are the banners, background of the banners, the newsletter images, the offer images as well as, and if we go to our branding, so this is the logo of our website, and in brands these are the different brands. So in categories, these are the categories icons, and the images, the main background images, these are the SVG icons that we will be using inside our website, and this is the illustration file for logo if you want, and these are the payment icons, the icons for the payments that we will be allowing inside our website, and product images, these are the different products images. You would be able to get all these assets inside the link in the description for the source code. So after that, these are the main three files, and let me open it inside our Visual Studio Code, and these are those assets that I just showed you, and this is the index HTML script and style files. So for startup HTML, I am going to create the basic structure of HTML and giving it the title, which is Ecommerce. After the title, I am going to link our CSS file inside the project. Before that, I am going to give it the fav icon for the page, which is inside the branding I shown you, and the logo k.png, and then style sheet, we are going to link our style.css with this HTML, and after linking the style sheet, we are just going to go for our style.css, and right here I am going to write some basic styles for our project. First of all, I am going to add the fonts that I imported from the Google fonts, and it starts and ends right here. Start. So the link for Google fonts, this is the link for those fonts that we are going to use inside our project, and I am going to write a simple comment for the fonts that I have used inside this project. So the used fonts inside our project are following. First of all, we have the Poppins font, which has these sizes 300, 400, 600 and 700 as well as 800. After Poppins, we have Rubik, which has following sizes 300, 400, 500 and 600. Another font, the last font and the final font that we are using is Inter. It has various sizes as well, which are 400, 600 and 700. So after these fonts, here comes the next part of this basic style, which are variables. So this is the section I'm writing comments so that when you get the source code, you get a better understanding that what is the code for, what is these style lines for. So these are the variables that we are going to use. After that, we have some common styles for different sections, different classes that we will be using throughout our project. So first of all, in this common styles, we have the basic universal selector and before and after selectors, pseudo elements. We are going to give it the margin to 0 and padding of 0, as well as the box sizing of border box. Then we are going to style our simple HTML and give it the font size of 62.5%. This is actually the part of responsiveness trick that we are going to tell you in this project actually. And this font size, by writing the font size is equal to 62.5%, it means that now 1 rem is equal to 10 pixels. So it will be easier for us to make calculations in terms of pixels by using those rem unit. So later, as we go towards our responsiveness, you will get a better understanding for it, for this trick as well. So then for UL, we have given it the list style of none, and for A, we have removed the text decoration and given the color of inherit so that it may inherit it from the parent element. And this is a simple property which is WebKit tab highlight color to transparent. After A tag, we have the LIs that we will be having inside ULs, unordered lists, and we are making the cursors of pointer to them by default. So the main wrapper of the elements that we will be using throughout our project mainly would be for keeping the max width of the elements to 120 rem, which means 1200 pixels, as 1 rem is equal to 10 pixels now due to the domain modification we made. So now throughout the projects, we will be using mostly the rem unit because it would help us to make the website responsive a lot easily, and giving this wrapper a bit of padding. So now rather than pixels, we will be using rem, as I told you. This is the trick. Later we will be just changing the size of rem, and all of the elements inside our HTML would get that respective font size automatically. So after that, for body, I am going to write a simple style of display flex and justify the content to center, and font family, I am going to use the Rubik as the main font family for the elements, and the flex direction to column because this is the actual display that we will be using for our project. And a simple style for section, as different sections would be in our project. So for width, I have given it the 100% width and given the flex display and justify content to center and a sort of 10 pixels of padding. After this common styles, I am going to write the style for custom scroll bar that we will be using inside this project. As inside the demo or intro, you should have seen that the default scroll bar is not there. We have used our specific scroll bar style for our project right here. So I am going to style the scroll bar right here by writing the style first of all for scroll bar width in horizontal and vertical displays, vertical and horizontal scroll bars. So WebKit scroll bar and width of 10 pixels, which means inside this width would be used for the vertical scroll bars. I'll write a comment for you here as well. After that comes the height, which is for the horizontal scroll bars. So we don't want to show the horizontal scroll bar, so we have given it the height of 0. After the width and height of the scroll bars, we are going to use the style for tracks of scroll bar. For this, I am going to write WebKit scroll bar track, and for this I am going to give it the simple background of white color. And for the scroll bar handle, the actual handle which we will be using to scroll throughout the page, which we click and scroll, styling it by WebKit scroll bar thumb selector and giving it the background color of #888, which is a bit of black and gray whitish shade. And for handle, when we hover on it, we are going to give it a different sort of color, which when we WebKit scroll thumb hover and give it the background color of #555, which is a bit more darker gray color. So this is the basic project styles which ends here. Now we are going to create our navigation bar. This is the final navigation bar, which would be the result after the styling. So first of all, we are going to create the upper navigation bar, then later we will create this lower navigation bar. So let's start the code and HTML for upper navigation bar. So for this, I am going to create the navigation tag. Navigation bar starts and navigation bar ends, and bringing the side browser in the side right side, I am going to show you along with the code that what would be the result that would be being depicted right inside the browser. So inside the nav tag, we have created a div with class of navsex and the ID of upper nav, so as it is the upper nav, and in this we are going to create a unordered list and naming it, giving it specific classes, and writing the items for them. For example, in upper nav we have the login link, which would be moving us to the login page. After that we have sign up, and the third one, which is wishlist, we are going to paste it for them as well, and then we will modify them later for our use. And the next UL, as it would be in the right side of the page, so I am creating a different unordered list and giving it the same unordered list class, which is upper nav sec. Otherwise the second class is different, which is upper nav config, as you can see. And for its items, I am going to give it the tracking element list item, and by modifying these this upper unordered list elements, which are sign up, and the third one was wish list, taking us to the wish list page. After this we have another list item, which is I'm going to give it the a tag, which a simple div element which will be containing the selected element as well as the icon of arrow, which will be showing us whether the sub menu is open or not. And inside this list item I am going to create another div which will be containing the class of sub menu, and this unordered list will contain the other currencies that will be selectable right here. So the first list element would be the one which is selected right now, which is USD, and after that we have the euro and different other currencies that would be supported inside our website. We will copy the same unordered list and the same list item of this unordered list for our next selection as well, which is for the language selection. So copying it and then pasting it right here and changing some data right here, and rather than USD we will be having English right here. Right now these are hard coded. Later when we will move to our backend, these will completely be dynamic and coming from our admin panel. So for these are the languages that we are going to write here for now, and this is the markup for our upper nav. So let's move to the style section for styling the upper nav for our navigation bar. So navigation bar style starts here, and let me give it the ending comment as well. After that, for upper nav the style starts, and for the upper nav the style ends here. For the simple nav tag, I'm going to give it the width of 100%, after which the display of flex and the flex direction of column, so that our upper nav and lower nav may remain in up and down positions, giving it background color and specific looking box shadow actually, so that it may look more prettier. So for the nav bar we have for the nav, actually this is an error right here. I am going to set it in a minute. So for the nav section, each of the section inside our nav, actually the unordered lists, we are going it the width of 100% and display of flex and justify content to center. And in upper nav, which is containing the ID of upper nav, I'm going to give it the background green primary, which is a variable declared above, and giving it the color of white, which also is a variable declared inside the root selector. Then a bit of padding for it for the upper nav. And in nav content, which is inside upper nav and lower nav as well, I'm going to give it the display flex and justify content to space between for now. This space between will separate the elements inside it to the either sides and giving the uniform space between both of them, and giving it the height of, I will give it the height of 100% and align the items to the center. So after this we have the unordered list inside our nav content, for which I am going to give the display of flex and font family of Poppins, changing the font family for them, a bit different one, and aligning the items to center. So right here I think we have some error that our style is not being depicted the right way. The error is that we have to wrap all of this code inside our wrapper and .nav content, which I styled right inside our code. So all this code will be moving inside this data, so I will move it inside that tag. So I will move it one tag above. So now they are inside that .wrapper and .content class div, right, as you can see right here. Now you can see at the right side as well, the style is now getting that picture that we have given it. So after that, inside the nav content, we have unordered list and the list items inside these unordered list. By writing this greater than sign, I mean the direct childs, not the sub-menu elements. So which means the unordered list which was having the sub-menu class would not be styled by it, and giving it the specific padding and font size and making it the position of relative. And in the same, we have the li. By same li, we have sub arrow elements, and in these sub arrow elements we are going to translate a bit. These sub arrows are inside those sub menu class elements, and for the upper nav name class, we are giving it the text line of center to align it to the center, and giving the flex display and justify and align items to the center to center it actually. After that, for .nav content and ul mean we are going to style the sub menu now. So in this sub menu class, we are giving it the display of flex and flex direction to column, so that all the lists such as USD, UR, EUR, INR should be inside in the column flex direction, and giving it the background of white and box border radius, and changing its border to black. I will give it the position of absolute, as the UL was having the position of relative, so LI was having the position of relative above inside the style. So I am going to give it the left of 50%, top of 100%, and transforming it 50% in the x-axis and 100% in the y-axis, so that they may not be visible completely right now. So later when we will be adding the animation in these on hover effect, they would just slide from above into the view. As you would be able to see in a minute, we have given it the opacity of 0 and the pointer events of none, so that it may not interfere with the animation. So after giving it the pointer event of none and the z index of 4, which means they should be in front of all the other elements and should be visible from above of all the elements and not interfering with other elements. So in nav content and this unordered list, the list item and the sub menu, when we hover inside this sub menu, we have the list item. The sub menu is the unordered list, and inside this sub menu we have li, and for this list item we are giving it the width of 100% and padding, a bit of padding, and the color, which is a variable in the root section. We are giving it the color of white. Pardon the mistake, the above color element color property would not work. I have just written it mistakenly. I have to just write font size right here, 1.2 rem. So for nav content, in the same sub menu and li, when it is active, so when it is active, which means the list item which is active right here, as well as we have USD and English active, so we are going to give it the different background color and the font color of different color from our variables as well, which will be depicted to you in a minute. So we are going to add these active classes to the elements or list items which are selected in these sub menus. So for example, USD is selected here for now. I am going to give it the class of active, and to English we are going to give it the class of active as well to depict the styles right here. So right after this, the style we are going to write is for the nav content. We have an unordered list, the same list item, and when we hover on it, the sub menu inside it should get this style. Actually change its display to flex and transform and translate it to x to -50 and y to 0, which means bring it to the view and opacity of 1. Right here you would be able to click on it because I am changing the pointer event to auto. So this is it, the animation that I was talking earlier. So after this, the nav content has the same UL unordered list. Inside we have list items, and inside these list items we have down arrows, and I am changing their width and height to 15 pixels because they are too big right now, and giving it the transition of 0.45 second all ease because we are going to give it some animations in a minute, and giving it the padding from bottom of 3 pixels. So after that, in the same UL list item, when we hover, the down arrow should get an animation, and this animation would be to transform them and rotate them by 180 degrees. By 180 degrees. So right here we are going to give it some padding from the top as well to bring it in the center. So as you can see, the animation is not actually working pretty much, so I think we have some error here. So inside here we have, we did not give it that class. I'm going to give it the class of down arrow, and same for this image, the down arrow. And now we are going to see that we have that animation right here. They just rotate 180 degree. And right here, the style for upper nav has been completed, and now we have style for lower nav bar. And inside this lower nav section, I am going to give it the same class navsec as we styled for upper nav as well, and the wrapper with the dot nav content class as well. And inside this, I am going to create another list as well, having these lower nav pages class and lower nav section class. So for list item, the first list inside our lower nav would be the icon of our website, the logo of our website, which will be an image which is residing inside the branding, and inside these brandings we have logo k.png image which we are going to use as logo. And after this image we will be writing a span tag, and inside this span tag we will write the name for the store, which is Ecommerce. So after that, inside list, I am going to create another list item for shop link. I would copy it and paste it for other links as well. So after shop, I am going to first of all we have home page, link to home page, then we have the link to shop page, and then we have the link to offers page. And after that we have the tag inside this offers, because we are going to show it as this is a new feature inside our website. So I am going to give it a tag of new. We are going to style it and you would get a better understanding of it as well. After that we have the blog page section link actually. So right here you can see that they are included into our markup as we wanted them. So after this unordered list and list items, we have another section which is the lower nav section, and this section will contain the cart for our e-commerce page. And we have cart count here, which will contain the image for the cart, the icon of the cart, which is inside icons folder, and inside this icons folder we have nav cart.svg present there. After that image we have the count, which will style and you would get better understanding of it. And with this cart count class we have another div which is sibling of it, and which is cart info. This cart info will contain the amount, total amount which is there. So first we are giving it the info head, which is total, and info amount. So later when we would move to backend, we will be updating them with our code as well, but for now it's hard coded. And in the right here we have written the class of correct. We are going to correct it in a minute. So after that we have the amount, that is the actual amount, which is hard coded for now. So this is the markup for our lower nav. So let's move to the styling of this lower nav. First let's give it the comment for lower nav. Lower nav style starts and lower nav styles end. Right, for this lower nav, the class of the actual ID of lower nav, I am to give the style for the nav content inside this lower nav. We are actually making the modifications to padding for this nav content. And the same unordered list, we have our nav logo inside this unordered list. I am going to this nav logo is the same right here, this list item inside this UL and this nav logo. We are going to write style for it and give it the display of flex, and the align item to center. Then I would copy this selector and paste it for the image inside this nav logo, and this is the same image right here as this is. So for its style, I am going to give it the width of 50 pixels and the height of fit content and object fit of contain, so that it may not change and disturb its aspect ratios. So right, as you can see, our lower nav has started to get the direction. So this is the span tag which we are going to style with this selector, and for this span tag I am going to give it the font size a bit bigger, which is 3 rem equal to 30 pixels, and font weight of bolder, which is 700, and the font family of Poppins sans serif. After font family I am going to give it some margin from left side, which is -1 rem. Moving it to close to our logo. And then I'm going to style the lower nav pages, which was the unordered list, and the nav logo inside it, the same nav logo. I'm going to give it, actually, for this nav logo, we can write the style, the same style right here, the padding to 0, rather than creating a new selector. So after that, I am going to style the nav. Inside this nav content, we have lower nav pages and the list items. All the list items note the dot nav logo. Other than the nav logo, all the list items inside this unordered list is referred by this selector, and for all the list items, I am going to give them the font family of Robeek, and changing their font sizes to 1.5 rem and font weight to 600, and giving them simple RGB color, which is a bit gray, in providing them some padding. From top and bottom, we have given them the padding of 0, and from left and right, we have given them the padding of 1.5 rem. And I'm going to copy this selector and paste it again. And when we hover on these list items, we are going to change their color and excluding the nav logo class list item. So right here, as you can see. After this, the style for the list items A tag, which is inside the list items, and this, by that lower pages, I refer to this class which is containing those unordered lists, and these are the list items inside this unordered list. And the A tags, these are the A tags contained by these list items right here. So these A tags are not in the first list item which contain the logo, so we don't need to exclude it for now. And we have given it the position of relative, because for the new tag we are going to give it the tag we inserted inside our offers tag list item. We have given it the tag, this one, this new tag, this right here. We are styling it and giving it the position of absolute, due to which we gave the list items A tag the position of relative. So position absolute, and bottom 100%, which means move to the top, and from left we are giving it the space of 90%, and font size of 1 rem, and background of a variable which is green primary, the primary color for our web page, and the color of white, which also is a variable inside root selector in our basic styles of this web project, and giving the 0.1 rem padding from top and bottom, which is 1 pixels, and 0.2 rem from left and right, which are 2 pixels. And for border radius, I am giving it the 3 pixels border radius, which means 0.3 rem. So later these rems would make our work really easy. So then for cart, I am going to style this card by that class I refer to this tag. And in this card, I am going to give it the display flex and align item to centers. And in this selector, copying this selector and pasting it right here, we have a card count class inside this right here, and I am styling it by giving it the position of relative, because we are going to show the counts, giving them the position absolute. So for margin left, I am going to give it the 1 pixels margin left, and after that I am going to write the style for this. Right here we have some error here. We did not write the correct class. This is lower nav underscore section. So for these both selectors, current selectors, I am going to change them as well, because there is the same mistake. So for height, it's 30 pixels, width fit content, object fit contain, and let me correct this error. This is lower nav, and for this one the lower nav underscore sec, which is the class. Right now our styles are being depicted at the right side. So after this we have the same cart containing the cart count class, and in this class we have the count class, which is the same right here. We are going to use the position of absolute to position it according to the dot cart count, which we have given the position relative above. So giving it the bottom of 80 pixels distance, and the left we have given it 60 pixels distance, and giving the background color of green primary. Right inside the style, it is being depicted at the right side, giving it the color of white text. We are going to give it the width of 20 pixels, height of 20 pixels, because we are going to make it circle and display flex justify content to the center, and the align items to the center as well, and giving it some sort of border radius of 50 pixels, so that it may become a rounded circle actually, and giving the border of 0.2 rem, which means 2 pixels solid white color right here inside our upper nav. So after this we are going to give the style for class cart info inside the same cart class, and inside this cart info class we have info head, which is total actually. Right here, as you can see, this is that class I am referring to, and for this I am going to give it the color of secondary text, which is actually black. And for font size, I am going to give it the 1.3 rem, which means 13 pixels, and font weight of 600. And in the same cart class we have the cart info, the same class, and in this cart info we have info amount right here as it is, and inside this info amount we have the display flex and font size of 1.5 rem, which means 15 pixels. After this, for the same selector, I am going to copy and paste it, and inside this info amount we have the currency tag class tag. We are going to style it right here. This is that one, it has some typo. This is the currency class, and in this currency I am going to give it the font size, a bit bigger font size, which is 1.5 rem, 1.6 rem actually, a bit bigger, and font weight of 500, and the margin from left, not actually from left, I am going to give it the margin from right of 2 pixels, which is 0.2 rem. So for the card right here, where did it go? The style that we wrote for card, for the nav, right here, this is the class, not the ID, which is lower nav. We have given it the padding now. Now the padding is working fine. Actually, the card that I was talking about earlier, we have to give some padding to it as well. So right as so for that card, I would go up and right here for this image in this card, I am going to give it the margin from right of 0.5 rem actually. So now it is actually just make it 1 rem, increase a bit. Now it's looking a bit good now. So this is the lower nav and the hover effects for each list item. Let's make it bigger. So this is a bit of error right here as well. So for that error, let me see what is it. Let me move right there. So right here the error is right here. It's not nav class, it's the nav tag. So we have to remove that dot from there. So now it's at place. Now our upper and lower. Now we are going to create this hero section, which is this slider actually. So we can move them right and left by using these buttons, and they contain this parallax effect for images as well. So moving right by this button, and as at the end they move to the first slide again. And if we are at the first slide, then it don't moves backward and just moves forward and then backward. We can move it. So this is the hero section that we are just going to make now. So let's move to coding it. It actually contains this parallax as well. Parallax for these images and the animation, great animation when we move our mouse as well. So let's move by first of all creating the markup for it. Let me shrink this one so that you may see visually clearly that what is the markup I am writing here without the mess which is being created by the other markup. So for the hero section, I am going to create the header right here. In this header tag, I am going to create the main slider. So its style starts here and the ending comment right here. After that, in this header, I'm going to create a header tag, and for this header tag, I'm to create a wrapper class, giving it the slider wrapper class as well. This is the same wrapper class as we styled earlier in our code, the basic style, right as you can see here, right this one. So I am going to right inside in this wrapper, I am going to create the previous button, giving it the prev button class and button class as well. So this is the button that we will use to move the slide to the previous slide, and then next button having the btn class as well, using it for moving to the next slide inside the slider, and creating the slider class. And inside this slider class, we are going to have different slides, and for each slide I am going to give it the slider tab class. And inside this slider tab, we are going to actually create another tag which will contain the class of tab left, because for left we are going to create some taglines, buttons, etc., whereas in the right tab we are going to create the image. So best collection of watches to match your taste actually. So this is the hard-coded tagline for now, but later when we will be able to add sliders inside our admin panel, we will be able to modify each of them according to our preferences. So for section as well, and in this tab right section the image on which we will be having the parallax movement effect. So in assets we have banners folder. In this folder we have watch.png, which is the first slide. Alt watch. So I'm going to shrink it and copy this slider tab, which means slide, and copy it for slider, next slide actually. And for this I am going to change the tagline as well as the image for this slide, which is furniture.png. I'm going to create another slide by actually not pasting, by the above one, this one. Now pasting it, as the structure would be same, so I am just copying and pasting it rather than writing the whole markup again and pasting tagline right here and changing the image for that slide as well. So shrinking it, copying it, pasting it again, changing the tab's tagline, and then changing for this slide as well. And this is the next slide. Now I would shrinking it, copying it, pasting it for the next slide. In total we are just hard coding 6 slides for now, but later they would be dynamic. Tech 2, the name of the image, and right, this is the banner markup, and this is the actual result for that markup. Now let's move to styling this, and in this styling I am going to write the comment to differentiate its style from others. Header, main slider, style starts. And after which I am going to write the ending comment as well. Display, giving it the display of flex so that they may come and one after another in left to right position, and justifying the content to center and width of 100%. Inside this slider wrapper, the same wrapper, write this class I am talking about, the slider wrapper. And the margin from top is 1 rem, and the position relative. And for this header we have another slider class, which is this main class, and in this slider class I am going to give them the border radius of 0.5 rem, which means 5 pixels, and the height of 40 rem, which is 400 pixels, and display of flex overflow hidden, so that our images may not look outside this sliders tag. And for the same slider wrapper I'm going to style this pref, give it the position of absolute, as our slider wrapper is having the position of relative. So giving it the left from of 2 rem, which is 20 pixels, and from top I am going to give it 50 pixels and transform it along the y-axis to minus 50%, which means center it along y-axis. And font size 3 rem and font weight of 70. Background color, for now the background would be RGBA, 0.4, which is a bit of transparent color, black, transparent black. Padding of 2 rem, which is 20 pixels. And then I'm going to give it the z index of 10, so that it may not hide behind the images and other things right present there. Border radius of 0.5 rem and opacity of 0. For now I am just going to comment it, and later we will uncomment it because we are styling it to show you the style. I am going to comment it for now, and I am going to give it the transition of 0.5 seconds because we are going to add an animation for it. And the cursor to pointer, when we hover on it, the cursor would be shifted to pointer. After this ref button, we have the btn class for both buttons, so I am going to give that class right here rather than ref button. And now both of them are styled but at the same position from left and top, but I am going to write this left property for both of them separately. So for slider wrapper dot ref button, I am going to give it the left of 2 rem, whereas for right button, which is dot class of next button, right here I am going to give it the right of 2 rem, which means right 2 rem from right. As you can see, they are at place now. So next, after this, I am going to uncomment it, the opacity, and now their opacity is 0. And for slider wrapper and button class, when we hover on it, the background should be complete black. For now they would not be visible because we have to add another animation right here, and which would be slider wrapper and hover. When we hover on them, so then we want to change the class of these button class, we want to change the opacity to 1, right, as you can see. And now when we hover on these buttons, the background would be completely black. Now after these button style, we are going to style the slider tabs, the individual slider tab, different slides actually, giving them the width of 100% and a height of 100%. By slider tab class, I refer to all these slider tab. So display of flex and minimum width of 100%. So right here, as you can see, now they comprise the full width of the slider at least. Transition of 0.5 seconds, all is because we are going to add animations to them. And background color of dash color dash CLR. So this is a bit a trick that we are going to use here. This CLR variable, we will declare their value different for each slider tab, and we will provide the color in as value of this CLR variable, CSS variable for each slider tab differently, so that the background for each slider tab would be different. This is a bit of trick, CSS trick, that I usually use. So for the first slider tab, I am going to give this CLR variable this value, and for the second slider tab, I am going to give it a different value. The same way, I am going to give a different color value for the third one. As at the right, you can see the color value that I gave for the first slider tab is right there depicted by the background of that slider tab element. So I am going to change the same change them the same way. So there is a bit error, I have to write hash here, not dollar. I am going to correct it in a minute later. So by this CLR variable, we mean these colors respective for each. So if I change its value, then you can see at the right that there is no color at the background. If I correct it, then you can see this is the same color, the same variable value which is being used as background color. So after this, I'm going to copy this selector and paste it, and for this slider tab I'm going to style the left tab, for which I am going to give it the height of 100%. By left tab I mean this left tab class, as you can see the sibling of tab right here. I'm going to give it the display of flex, justify content to center, flex direction of column, so that button and tag line may come one after another in vertical position, and grid gap of 2 rem, padding of 4 rem, which means 40 pixels, and flex 1, which means comprise the full width as possible. So for the same selector I'm going to paste it, and inside it I'm going to style the tagline, and for this tagline, the same tagline, the same class right here, I'm going to style it by giving it the font size of 4 rem and the font weight of a bit bold, which is 700, color of green primary, which is a variable declared in root selector in the basic style of this project. Copying this selector and pasting it again, and for the tab call, which means call to action, which means this class, the explore button, I'm going to style it by giving it the background color of green primary variable, right, as you can see at the right side, and giving it the width of fit content and padding of 10 pixels from top and bottom and 20 pixels from left and right, as 1 rem is equal to 10 pixels now, and font size of 2 rem and color of variable white. Now for the font weight, I am going to make it a bit bold and border radius of 5 pixels. After this, we are going to style the tab right, which contains that image right here inside our markup. It is right here. For this, I am going to style it by giving it the padding of 2 rem and the flex of 1 and display flex actually, and justify content to center and align the items to center as well, so that our image may reside in the center. So for this tab right, I'm going to paste the selector and I am going to style the image tag now and give it the object fit contain and height of 100%, and the transition, as we are going to give it the animation, so transition of 0.2 seconds, which fits well for our need. I'm going to copy this selector and paste it, and inside this selector, the slider tab for each nth child, mean to say first child for each 1 and multiple of 1, which is having the active class, I am going to give the tab right, which is this image, an animation. So for those animations, let's first create those animations. Let me comment this section for you: animations start, and the ending comment as well, animations end. And in this I'm going to create a keyframe animation named as from top. At 0% the transform would be translate y to minus 100%, which means it would be out of the view and opacity would be 0, whereas at 100% it would move to the translate y to 0 and opacity of 1. It's from top. And now I would copy it and create 3 different animations which will bring the image into view from different directions. After from top, I will create the from left, changing the y, actually changing the translate x now. And for translate x, I am going to bring the image from minus 100%, which means from left into the view, and from top I am going to change this minus 100 to 100%, which means it would come from bottom into the view now. And from right keyframe, inside this keyframe I am going to change this minus 100 to 100 and translate it from the x direction, translate x, which means it would now come from the right side into the view. So now moving back to this, first of all I am going to paste it for 4 times because there are 4 animations, so I am going to write these animations for 4 multiples, which means 1 multiple of 1, multiple of 2, multiple of 3, multiple of 4. So for 3n and for 4n means first element, second element, third element, fourth element, and then first element, this way. So this slider tab, first child, for second slider tab I have 2n, for third slider tab I have 3n, and for fourth slider tab I have 4n, and for the 5 again I would move to the first n. So for the animations I am going to write here the animation 1 second from top. For the first one I am going to give from top is right. It is not working now because we have to add this class of active to the tag to the slide which is active now. So I'm going to write active for first one. Now you can see at the right side that that animation is working right here. The same way I am going to add the animation for other childs as well. From bottom, from left for the third child, and from bottom, not from bottom, it would be from right actually. So let's actually make the third one have the animation of from right, whereas the fourth one would be having the animation of from left. So right here as it is. So now I am going to copy it and paste it for the left tab as well. So I'm going to change it at the same way and giving the style for dot tab underscore left class, and right here these are the left tab classes for each slide. So for animations I'm going to give the opposite animations for each child here. So actually if the right is coming from top, then the left would be coming from bottom, and if the right is coming from bottom, then the left would be coming from the top. So right in the right side in the tab as browser, as you can see that animation is working. The watch image is coming from top and the left section is coming from bottom right here, as you can see. Very fantastic animation. So right after this, the style just ends here for the header section, the main slider section. So now we are going to go for the script. I am going to link that JavaScript file to this HTML by script tag, and inside this script JavaScript file actually, I am going to start typing this JavaScript for moving those slides from to left or to right by using those buttons and the automatics animations right there. So it ends here. After that, I am going to create a const slider, the document query selector, which means select the element having the class of select, not selector, which will be slider actually, and another variable which will select the slider tabs, which means document.query selector all, which will select all the elements having a specific class and store it into the array, which is slider.slider tab. After that, I am going to select the next button, slider next button, by which we would move to the next slide. Query selector dot slider next slider wrapper, and inside this slider wrapper we have dot next button, the next button class element. So doing the same thing for the slider previous button, slider prev, using the camel case font and dot prev button class. So by this slider class I mean this slider tag, and in script, in this slider tab I mean this slider tab class, and inside this next button, by that next button I mean this next button class, the next button and the previous button right here. So let's write the script for it now. In slider tabs, which is an array, I am going to loop through it by using for each loop, and for each tab, which reference to each element would be inside this tab variable now, and by creating a new variable which will be slider tab right, by selecting the right tab inside it, each element each tab I am going to select, use the query selector and select tab right class, and for image inside this right slider I am going to use slider tab right, which we just selected and stored in this variable, and query selector, which means select image tag inside it, and add event listener to tab, and for each tab add the mouse move event listener, which means it would move or execute the code inside this block every time when our mouse or cursor would move inside the tab element. For X, we are going to get the slider tab right, which dot client width, which means we are going to get the right the width of the slider right, and then minus the X position of the cursor actually, and dividing it by 20. So in a minute I will describe this 20 a bit as well. So for the Y I would do the same, but using the client height and removing the distance from the cursor in Y direction. For slider tab image and style, I am going to transform and translate the X translate in the X direction by X pixels, and same using the transform and translate for Y direction in by y pixels as well. So right here, now as you can see, the animation is working, the parallax animation. So if I change this 20 and decrease it actually, so the sensitivity would increase a lot. Now you would be able to see that the parallax or the movement of image is too much. So by moving it back to 20, this is the fit value that I found for this project. So right here, as you can see, it now works better. So let me write a comment here as well, so that when you would get the source code from the link, you may understand that what is the actual logic behind writing this 20 right here, because the movement speed depends on this dividing integer, which is 20 for our scenario. So after this, for each tab we are going to add another event listener as well, which is mouse leave, that when the mouse would leave, then we want the image to come back to its original position, which means reset the position of image to its location when the mouse leaves. So by that we mean the slider tab image dot style dot transform, which means transform it and translate the x and y to 0 right here. So if you don't know the basics of HTML and CSS, then you can get to our HTML and CSS course at our channel. So we have described each and everything about them right there. So we now are going to move to write the logic for previous and next buttons to change these slides and automatic changing of these slides as well, for which I am going to get the slided variable, which will keep the track of the slided slides, and paused, which means we would be able to pause the movement of slides as well. We will see that aspect in a minute as well. So I'm going to set an interval, which means the code inside this block would be executed after 10,000 milliseconds, which means 10 minutes. I am going to write a comment right here for you as well. Change the slider every 1000 milliseconds, which means 10 seconds. So inside this block, I'm going to first of all check that whether it is paused or not. If it is not paused, then I am going to check if the slided variable is smaller than slider tabs array's length, which means all the slides are not moved to or changed. So after that, if that condition met, then I would loop through all the slider tabs by using this simple for loop, running it to the slider tab's length. And for each slider tab, using I index, I am going to give it the style and transform it to and translate the x direction to minus, which means I am going to move it to the left side or by automatic, and by default it would move each tab by 100%, multiplying by slided, which means if one slider is moved, then it would multiply by 100. And in next, we are going to check if the I is equal to slided, which means if it is a present tab, then we would be going to add the active class in it. Otherwise, if it isn't the present tab or the present slide, then we would just remove that class from that, so that our animations may work correctly, which we have added in this active class. So after that, I am going to increase 1 in this slider, which means we have moved our slides by 1 pixels, by 1 actually. So otherwise, if the slided variable is having number equal than or greater than the slider tab length, then make it equal to 0, which means move it to the first slide again, and keep on doing this infinite loop as well. So I am just going to reduce this interval repetition loop. Before that, let me change here. It is an error here, so I have to write % here as well, because we are going to make move in it for %. So after each second, because I have changed that interval variable to 1000 milliseconds, it changes and animates and move the slide by 1 second. So by writing 10,000 again, which means 10 seconds. So after 10 seconds, it has moved right here. So after that, for slider previous button, I am going to add an event listener of click. Now we have moved to the style related to previous and next button. So for when we click on previous, we need to reduce the slided variable by 2, which means we want to move to the slide previous to the present slide and copy the same code that we used earlier to move it. So actually I could have created the variable, or actually function for it, but I didn't do that, so that I may make you a bit of give you a bit of more understanding about what is this code and how is this working right here. For now, this is not a very big project, but later when we would move to the background stuff, backend stuff, then we would optimize this code completely and make functions and all of those things, etc. But for now, I am going to keep this beginner approach for this tutorial, at least for this video. But from next videos, we are going to use the functions and advanced stuffs as well. So I am going to add an event listener to this slider previous button. That means when the mouse enters, paused is equal to true, which means the slide event listener, which means these set interval which we used earlier would be paused, and our slides would not move when our cursor would be on these next and previous buttons. Automatic changes would be stopped. And the same way we would add another event listener by copying this one and pasting it, and now changing it for the mouse leave, which means when our mouse leaves, then reset it to false, the paused to false, and continue that set interval code. So writing the comment for your reference here as well again. So when mouse leave this time, so I would copy this code for the slider next as well. Slider next, do the same thing for them, the same way as you can see now. Let me actually change the interval variable to 1000, which means after each second. Now you can see it changes after each second, but when I hover on this button, it stops, the animation stops, and as I leave them, it just starts the same way. And by clicking these buttons right here, you can see we can move to the previous and next slides as well. Let me zoom it a bit. Now you can see the animation is working fine. We have changed it to 10 seconds again, and let me enlarge it, and now you can see we can move it to the next previous, and the animation of images, the parallax animation is working as well right here, as you can see. So for that, the last slide, the variable that we just color, though we have wrote wrong, I am going to correct it. And now for this last image, you can see the color for it is working as well right here. slider. Now we are going to create this best seller products section. In this section, these are the cards actually. So as I hover this, they have amazing box shadow animation, and this is the scroll scheme for this section, and it tells how much I have scrolled through the section as well. So the cursor changes to this drag element right here. So now let's get into its development. First, let's write the comment for the main section, because after header tag we will be having all our sections inside the main tag, because it contains or makes the main body of our page right here. So first I will write the comment for the main section, then I would create the main tag, and inside this main tag we will be having various sections. And for this best sellers section, I am first going to write the comment for starting and ending section. So actually this section would contain the basic styles. Each of the section inside this main tag would contain basic styles of each section identical to this page. So this first section for bestseller section will contain the ID of best sellers or top sellers. So let me shift it a bit towards the right so that you may get more space to see the code. So we have given it the ID of top sellers. After that, fixing it to the view, I am going to create a div tag with class of wrapper and cards wrapper. So this wrapper class is the same class which we had styled inside our basic CSS right here. So for it, I am going to create product cards class with tagged class and the scroll display, because this product cards section would be having display which would be scrollable, and giving it an attribute, a custom attribute of data type named as best seller. You would be able to see the use of this attribute as well in a minute when we would go towards the style of this section. So we have given it the tagged class because we are going to give it specific styles regarding to that class. And scroll display, you would learn about this. Why did we give it the class of scroll display in a minute when we would be going to the shops section. There you would know better about why did we give it this class. So after that, inside this product cards class div, we would be having different product card class div tags, because these would comprise different cards. Each card would be having class of product card, and inside this card, first of all, we would be having card head, in which we will be having the image of the product, having the class of product image, and we will make its draggable attribute to false, because they may not interfere. We don't want them to interfere with our cursor when we scroll it by dragging the div. After that, we would create another div having class of card info, the sibling of which would be the sibling of card head class div. So inside this card info class div, we would be having title of the product as well as the product tagline, which would be a small description for each product, and writing a hard-coded tagline or description for now. And after that, inside this card info tag, we would be having the product pricing section, where first we would be having the discount price, having the class of value as well, and in which we would be having currency and the actual amount. And then we would create a sibling which would be actual price and having the class of value as well, and the currency tag as well as the amount. So it's typo right here. I would set it in a minute. So this is the basic markup for only one card. This markup comprise after this. Actually, we have to add another button yet as well, which would be of add to cart. So for that button, we would give it the class of product rating, and this actually this is for rating of the product. We will be creating button after this, and this product rating class div is a sibling of product price as well. So in this product rating, we would be having stars class, in which we would have different stars represented by image. So in our icons folder, we have different SVGs, icons for stars which are filled, which are half empty, and which are completely empty. We have those sort of images right there, which we are going to use right here, as you can see right inside our markup on the right side. So after that, I am just going to going inside this card info and shrinking all these sections, different divs, so that you may see what is our next step. So next, after this, we are going to actually inside this product ratings, we will write the number of the ratings, the total rating count, as sibling of star class div, right in this way. So then after product rating, we are going to create the card call to action with the class name of cart CTA, and give the text of add to cart in it. So this is the basic structure of our card inside this actual e-commerce website. So this product card is same for all the cards, the different cards. So I am going to copy it and paste it for our next product, and we want to change the image of the product here as well. So inside product images, we have the next item, which is Adidas sneaker, and changing the title of product as well. So these values for products are for now hard coded, but later when we will create our backend core and the server side, we would create the complete algorithm that what products would be shown to different users. So changing these amount values and price, actual price values, and the rating stars as well, and these some forward slashes are extra, so we can remove them. And we are also going to change the rating count, and this is our second card. As you can see right here, these are two cards that we have for now. So I am going to do the same thing for all the other cards. So just have a look at how do we do so. So I'm just going to repeat the same step for other cards as well. So shrinking these cards, we have created 6 different cards right here in product cards tag. So these are all our cards. So after the markup of product cards, I am going to shrink this product cards section. Actually, all these product cards would be inside the product card section. I mistakenly wrote them outside this div, but we have to wrap all of these cards, all of these 6 cards which are inside product cards, inside this product cards class div. So I'm going to give it a bit of indentation, and now it is inside that product cards class div. So after this, I am going to create a div with the class of %bar, which would show how much did we scroll, how much inside this product cards div have we scrolled, and how many cards have we seen yet. So this is the markup for that. So shrinking the product cards, you can see that %bar is sibling of this product cards, and it has a simple div which is %show class. So moving towards the style of this product cards, this best sellers section. So I am going to scroll to the section where we are going to write the style for it, and first of all I will write the comment for the actual bestseller section. I am just going to write the comment in a minute. So first just write the style for it. Product cards, this div, this class div actually I am talking about. So inside this we have a scroll display with the same div having the same class. So we don't have space between both classes, which means these both classes are of the same div. So we are going to give it the position of relative and a bit of margin, which would be 20 pixels from top and bottom, and from left and right we won't be having any sort of margin, and it would have 100% width, so it may contain 100% width of its parent, which is the wrapper. And in grid gap we are going to give some space between all of the cards by using grid gap to rem. So I know actually that this grid gap property won't work in some browsers, but you can use the margin for this same reason as well. But for the idea here, I am going to use the grid gap as well. So cursor to none, because we want to make the cursor to vanish when we hover on this product cards section, which would also have the scroll display class, and giving it a bit of padding. So for now I'm going to comment this cursor none property so that you may see when I point to some element inside our HTML. So after that I'm going to style the tagged class, which is also the class of the same div which has the class of product cards. So as I told earlier, all of these classes with all of these tags are for some purpose. We aren't writing these classes for just making them look fancy. So we have given the tagged one the border from top, which is primary green, as you can see on the right side in the markup as well. And for this tagged class product cards, we have styled the before pseudo element and given it the value of content of data type attribute, which is right here as we wrote earlier. So we are going to use its value as content of this pseudo element, and right here we have a mistake that we have to give a space here, not the dash. So, and the position of absolute, and from left we are going to move it 1.6 rem minus, actually we want to move it upward 1.6 rem, which means 16 pixels, and from top we are, and from left we also want to move it a bit of back towards the left side, which is 1.6 rem, and transform we are going to rotate it to -45 degrees. And for the background I am going to give it the color of green primary, which is the variable. And in display I am going to write display flex, then width of 8 rem and the height of 8 rem as well, which means 80 pixels. And then as you can see in the right side, the shape of it has appeared right there. And for the color of the text I am going to give it the white color, and justify content to center and align items to center, so that our text may come inside in the center. And font size I am going to increase it to 16 pixels, which mean 1.6 rem. Font weight of 600, mean bold it a bit, and border radius of 50%, make it round, and text align to center right here. And then I am going to do the text transform to capitalize. The first letter of each word would get capitalized. So after this I am going to start the style of product card, giving it the display of flex and the flex direction of column, so that image and the info may come up top and bottom direction. And in min width I am going to calculate its minimum width to 33.33% minus 1.5 rem, which means that each card would contain 33.33% of the actual width, and 33.33% minus 1.5 rem, which means I am removing the margin and padding calculation from these width of each card as well. And for border radius I am going to give it the border radius of 1 rem, which means 10 pixels, and giving it the transition and margin from bottom. So after this I am going to style the hover state of this product card. When we hover on any card, it would get a box shadow, this specific box shadow, right? I am going to write here this one. And after this sorry, I have to paste this class right here, product card. And for the product card I am going to style the card head, which means the image when we hover on product card as well. I am going to remove the border radius from the bottom left and bottom right corners of the image, right, as you can see right here. And for the image inside card head, actual card head actually, I am going to give it the border radius of 1 rem, and this is 1 dot. And after border radius I am going to give it the height of fit content as well, and the background color of card bg, which is a variable. And right in the right side you can see the color as well. So display of flex, and justify content to center and align items to center, which means bring the image to the center of the product card head. And next I am going to write this user select none, which means when we drag over this product cards or product card, it may not select any sort of text from it, and we may have a transition of positive and simple animation of scrolling right there. I am writing it for different browsers right here, as you can see. So for Mozilla, for Firefox, for MS Office, and for Chrome, etc. And after this I am going to style the image inside the card head, the main image of the product. For it I am going to give the height of fit content and the width of 100%, giving it the object fit to contain, which means that it may not disturb its aspect ratio of each image actually. After that I am going to style the card info, which is the actual info of each card. And inside this card info I am going to give it the font family of Poppins, sans serif, and the same style for node being selected, so that user may not get any type of text selected when they drag over these product cards, and giving it padding and border radius and background color of white. After this, I am going to style the actual product title inside the card info. For this product title, I am going to give it the font size of 2 rem and the font weight of bolder, which means 700. Then I would style its product tagline, the description of the product actually. So I'm going to give it a bit of font size increased to 13 pixels, which means 1.3 rem. So after which I am going to style the rating section of each card, giving it the display of flex and padding of 1 rem from top and bottom, and from left and right I am going to give it no padding. Then in to the each actually this is not the starred class, it is stars class, for which I have given the display of flex, product cards, product rating. Actually this is that class, product rating, and inside this we have the stars class, not the start class. So write this stars class, this is that stars class. We have given it the display of flex, and now I would adjust the width and height of the actual image inside this stars div. So for each image, these are the images that we are using inside this stars div, and inside this image I am going to give it the width and height of 15 pixels. It is actually square, so its height would also be 15 pixels, so that we have written it fit content here. So after this we are going to style the call to action, which means actual add to cart button, for which I am going to give it some padding of 10 pixels from top and bottom and 20 pixels from left and right, and border of 0.2 rem, which means 2 pixels solid green, which is the variable inside the root. Width to fit content, and border radius I am giving it the 30 pixels border radius, which means 3 rem, and the font size of 1.5 rem, which means 15 pixels, and font weight of 600, which means bold, and color of green primary, the variable color, and cursor to pointer, giving it the position relative, because we are going to use some pseudo elements for different animations on this add to cart button, which we will be showing you in a minute. Hiding the overflow and transition of 0.5 second ollies, which means we are going to use transitions for this element as well. So by that cart CTA button we mean this class. After that, for the same card CTA, card info, and in this card info we have card CTA. We are going to style its after pseudo element, and in this pseudo element we are going to give it the content of add to cart. We are creating these pseudo elements because we want to create that effect of a shade coming in the card from the left side. You would be able to see it in a minute, and giving it the top and left to 0, and the width of the pseudo element would be 110%, which means greater than the actual card, because we want to cover the actual button completely. So border radius of 30 pixels, padding of 10 pixel from top and bottom, 20 pixels from left and right. Actually the styling identical to the actual add to cart button. So because when we hover on it, we will be replacing the actual card with this one, because it would be containing different background. You would understand it in a minute when it would be completed in a second. So for the same element, the card CTA, I'm going to style its before element as well, and inside this the content would be first of all I would write the content, copying the content of after pseudo element. I am going to copy the complete pseudo element from here, the style of that pseudo element, and paste it right here. For the content of before element, there is nothing inside content, which means it would be empty, and padding, it won't be having padding. Rather than giving it the color, we would give it the background color of green primary. Actually the after element is right there every time, but this before element would be the one which would be sliding inwards. So we are transforming it at the x-axis to 100%, so that it may go to the left side and not inside the view to be visible, as it is outside. So due to overflow hidden, it won't be visible. So we have given it the z-index 1, whereas for after element we have given it the z-index of 2, so that add to cart of after element would be in front of that before pseudo element always. So when we hover on this cart CTA, we want the before element to slide and translate its x and y to 0. So right this way. The same way, when we hover on the CTA cart CTA class element, we want the after element after pseudo elements text color to convert to white right in the animation, as you can see. So this is the simple animation for add to cart button. And for the card info product price, which means the actual prices inside the each card, we have given it the flex of display of flex and margin from left of 10 pixels. Then we are going to style the product prices child, which is the value class tag, and inside this value tag we are going to give it the display of flex. Actually this value tag contains the currency and amount, both tags, as its child. So we are going to align the items to center, and margin from top and bottom 0, and from left and right we have given it the 5 pixels margin, which means 0.5 rem, as 1 rem is equal to 10 pixels. So according to the trick that we have applied earlier. So inside this value class tag we have dot discount tag, which is the same class, which is the class for the same tag, and we have given it the color of red, and decoration we have given it to the line through, which means cutting that one, because it was the previous price, as actually e-commerce websites show. So inside this value tag we have another class, which is also this class of this value tag for a different tag, which is for actual value. So we have styled it by giving it the font size of 10 pixels font weight and some margin from the top, reducing it. So inside value we have value tag, we have the price. Actually there is a mistake, the value don't has above in the above tag we have the space between dot value and dot currency. We'll be setting it in a minute. So inside this value.amount, the amount which is the child element of value class tag, we have given it the font size of 20 pixels, which means 2 rem, and giving it the font weight of 700, which means bolder. And value having the class of price, it has the amount tag and styling it and increasing its font size. So right now it is not actually depicting this style in the markup. Actually we have a mistake in the markup. We are going to just set it in a minute later in this video. So in cards wrapper, the class for the actual wrapper of this card section, we have a %bar class tag. We have given it the height of 5 pixels and width of 100%, and background of card background card-bg, which is a variable. And inside this %bar we have another div which is %show. We are giving it the actual height of its parent element, which is 5 pixels actually, so we have given it the height of 100% and width of 30 pixels for now, and background color of green primary. Transition, we are going to add some animation in it using JavaScript as well, so we have given it the transition. And minimum width is 20 pixels, which means we won't be reducing it more than 20 pixels. No, we don't want it to reduce that. So after that I am going to just uncomment it. So as you can see, our cursor just vanishes when we hover on that product cards section. So this products section style, the basic style for it is now ended. Now we would just write the comments, starting and ending comments, which we had left at the starting of this style for this product cards section. We are going to write them here. We are just writing these comments in this code because you may find it easy for yourself to understand the code when we would give you the source code, when you would getting source code from the link in the description. So after that we are going to move to JavaScript section. This is the previous JavaScript we wrote for the slider, and now we are going to write the JavaScript for our actual best sellers section. So writing the comment here, product cards script start and product cards script end. Creating a variable var pressed, which will be false by default. We will keep the track of our cursor whether we have pressed it for dragging or not. After that we have product cards variable, which will contain the element selected from our markup, having the class of scroll display, the same here as this one. We are selecting this one by referring this document.query selector all product cards dot scroll display. So we are using query selector all because we can have multiple section of product cards, scrollable product cards inside our website. So we are going to do this for all the sections inside our page by using this one JavaScript file. So after this we have a simple element to style and write markup for it, the actual drag element which we will be showing when we will hover on this product cards section. We are going to write the markup for it and show you that how we would incorporate that action into our code, that this element would be used according to our needs, writing it as an extra part of our code and using it using JavaScript and styling techniques to implement and move it according to our mouse position. So we are going to give it the simple class of cards cursor, and a simple text would be drag, the capital drag. Just this is it for styling of it. And after that, this is the selector cards course card cursor, which is going to select it inside our JavaScript and store its reference. Now let's move towards its styling. Inside style sheet, we are going to style this cards cursor class element, so giving it the position of absolute, because our product cards is having the position of relative, so it would be positioned according to that. And we have given the actual top and left to 0 for this cards cursor by default, and giving it the width of 9 rem, which means 90 pixels for height and for width. And display to flex, justify content center, align item centers, which means place all the elements inside this tag to center of it. And we are giving it the border of 0.3 rem, which means 3 pixels, solid var green primary. Actually, it would be placed according to our actual body, because the parent of it, which is having the position relative, is the body for now. And for border radius, we are giving it border radius of 50%, which means round it to the circle, giving it font size, font weight, and font family of Poppins. Then we are going to give it the pointer events to none for now. Actually in the starting we would make it invisible and just make it visible when we would hover on that product cards. We will show you in a minute that how would we do that. So after that, we are going to hide the overflow, and we will increase the change the color of the text to green primary. For card cursor, when it has the active class, we want to give it the opacity of 1, which means we would be adding the active class inside it by using the JavaScript at the appropriate time. We would show you by doing that practically in a minute as well. And we would give it the animation when we would add an active class in it, and the name of animation would be active cursor, which we are just going to write here in a minute. So this active cursor, we are going to create keyframes. So I am just writing the keyframes for this animation to make it simpler for you. We could have actually wrote the same line of the 100% section inside our active class without using this animation one, because you can increase and make it more complicated, and the animation could be changed by yourself using these keyframes. So I have written this animation inside it. Otherwise, you can use it inside the actual class inside .active right here inside as well. So after this, when it has this active class, every time when we would add the active class, it would repeat this animation. Whereas when we would remove it, for that we are going to write the selector or style for not.active, which means when it don't have active class, and this animation would always be repeated when we would remove that active class from it using JavaScript. So we are going to create this keyframes for inactive cursor as well. So right here in this animation, keyframes. So inside this keyframes of inactive cursor, we are just going to make the active classes work oppositely. So we are going to hide it again using an animation. So in the starting, we would be having at 0%, we would be having the width of 9 rem and width of height of 9 rem, and then at 100% we would make its height to and width to 0 and opacity to 0 as well, which means just make it vanish from there. So after that, inside this card HTML, we have this cards cursor and the cards cursor right here as well, selected inside our JavaScript. So we are going to select the create a variable for previous x. I'm just going to tell you in a minute that why did we make this variable x as well. So for this product cards, we are going to use for each loop. So we are going to use for each loop because we are going to use it. You repeat the same process for each of the product cards section inside our e-commerce website in case we are using multiple such sections for multiple usage. For example, we can make a category for such section for a category as well, rather than only the best sellers section here. So after that, I'm going to create a %bar variable, and inside this %bar variable, I'm going to select the %bar class tag for that respective card element. By %bar, I refer to this element. So after that, we are going to move towards adding the event listener to respective card. The event listener would be of mouse move, which means whenever the mouse would move at this inside this product cards element actually. So for x, we are going to create an x variable and give it the value of e.clientx, which means present position of cursor at x-axis, and by decreasing the width or half of the width of the card cursor, so that the card cursor may remain in the center of the cursor position. So for the y, we are going to do it the same way, which means whenever we would move the cursor, the the card's cursor would just be positioned to the center of the cursor. So we are then going to check if if the button is not pressed, which means left button of mouse is not pressed, then we are going to give the left style, the left property of card's cursor to x, and the y value calculated above, and give it to the top of that card's cursor, which means just move it to the position of cursor, the actual cursor which is hidden in this case. And from the y position, as the y position would be from the top, actual top, so we are going to reduce the y value of that product cards from the cards offset, and then adding that which y position, y value which we calculated above. And else, if the button is pressed, then we would do this following calculation inside this else block actually. So for this, we are going to create a new variable, move x, and inside this move x variable, we are going to reduce the present x from the previous x, and giving the present x value to the previous x, and then we are going to scroll the cards to that card's left position plus the present movement of the cursor in the x direction. After doing all this, we are going to remove the transition from the cursor, so that our transition from of the drag card's cursor may not look bit slower to the user, and shift immediately to its position. After that, I am going to add event listener of mouse leave as well, and in this event listener, I am going to just style the card, remove the class of active from the card's cursor, the class that we just wrote inside our style in a second before. Right here, the class right here, we have removed this class, and we are going to do the same thing by adding the event listener for this card of mouse enter, which means whenever the mouse would enter inside this cards section, we are going to add that active class inside this cards cursor and make the pressed equal to false, which means now at that time the click is not pressed actually. So we have done that work of adding active class above in mouse move block actually. So whenever the cards section, actual product cards section would be scrolled, we want the %bar to update its value and increase its width to cards dot scroll left, which means the left scroll distance of that product cards section, and dividing it by the cards client width, which means the actual width of the product cards, and multiplying it by 100, which means calculating the actual percentage of the movement of actual scroll percent of those cards, and giving that as the % value of that %bar width. So after this, let us see. After this, I am going to give the body an event listener that whenever the user clicks, mean to say mouse is down, then we would change the status of pressed to true. So whenever the click would be pressed inside the body section, body tag, the pressed would be true, and the previous X would also be updated, which means X position of the cursor and reducing the half width of that card's cursor from that X position from the left. So adding that mouse up as well, so because we want just to do certain tasks when the cursor or the click is down, so that's why we are updating this mouse down and mouse up events, and using those events we are updating this pressed and pressed variable, which we would use in different add event listeners to do our work. So inside here we have a mistake that it's cards cursor, not card cursor, the class right here. So as if I make it in the size to full, so you can see this is completely working. The JavaScript style and the markup is completely working. You can see right here. This was our product cards. So increasing the size to 100% right here.
you.